Don't you give me your sass. My stream deck apparently wasn't working for some reason. Always good. Oh, I don't like your 10-minute intro. Ah, fuck. Son of a bitch, guys. No. That's the way that is for now, I guess. Let me get my coffee, guys. I ran out of shampoo, and I was going to order shampoo because I don't plan on going shopping like the next 2 days. Well, maybe I will. I don't know. And there's a shampoo shortage or something. I don't fucking know what's going on here. Like, shit, I'm going to run out of shampoo. And then... yeah. Okay. Life stuff, guys. Crazy. Good. Okay. Let me get my coffee, guys, and let's have a go once again. Good. Hope you guys are having a great evening, guys. Yesterday, guys, we did some of the Reddits, or the tubes, and learned about the 770 series from Intel, which is kind of a stinker, but also kind of alright, but not worth recommending to anyone right now until they get their drivers ironed out from the looks of it. Let's see how it goes tonight, guys. What's going on? There's a few different videos I want to take a peek at. Lots of stuff going on because of... okay. People trying to make money off of a free plugin. Gotta love that when free projects turn into someone's job and they're like, yeah, nah, we think you should pay. To be fair, there are a lot of people that use it, but it's also, they use it because it's free, so, yes. Cutting a 4090 in half the water jet for science. I guess it's because there's still a tech embargo right now. So they can't really show you performance numbers? Huh. So all it basically is right now is just them showboating the product without being able to actually show benchmark numbers or anything like that because they're under NDA. But apparently the NDA doesn't include destroying the card. Sounds about right. I do want to take a look at Rings of Power, but not quite yet. 35 is pretty cool. The engine's pretty cool in the F-35. Well, the F-35 is like a fat F-22. There's a new B1M. There's new John Oliver. Oh my God, there's a lot of stuff, guys. Let's take a peek.
Stand by.
Quick bait. Oh yeah?
Today we're cutting a cooler from an RTX 4090 in half.
A cooler. Cutting an NVIDIA RTX 4090 in half. We're cutting a cooler in half. Ah, I do love me some clickbait, guys. Good. Good. Uh-huh.
That cooler originally came from one of these. This is a water jet, and it's a high-powered machine that uses grit and water to blast a clean cross-section straight down anything we put under it. Today, we're working directly with NVIDIA's thermal engineering team to cut that RTX 4090 cooler in half, but don't worry, no actual boards were harmed in this. And we'll get to see prototypes never before shown to the public to learn more about the real science behind video card cooling, vapor chambers, fan design, and thermal engineering. This interview is heavy in the scientific details, and that's thanks to this guy, Malcolm Gutenberg, thermal engineer at NVIDIA, who didn't hold anything back, including the math, when talking to us.
As you go to bigger fans, pressure isn't proportional to diameter of the 1.6. It's proportional diameter squared and RPM squared.
Okay.
So you actually lose pressure capability.
And it ditches the marketing to really dig into the advanced science of modern computer cooler design. We'll be talking about fan prototyping, blade designs, count, density, fin pitch, cooler analogs for acoustic tuning, and looking at resin cast cross sections of heat pipes and PCs and more.
It's a program I've opened on my laptop.
Started. Before that, this video is brought to you by Squarespace. We use Squarespace for our own GN store and juggle complex multi-piece orders all the time.
I just closed it. It's a monitoring program I have.
Squarespace.com. All of this really awesome stuff. So we're gonna go through some
pretty
prototypes
obnoxious.
of things, I think, right? Like fans.
Yeah, we got a bunch of cool stuff here. We got fans, vapor chambers, the new 4090 here.
And do you want to just, we'll tease this. Do you want to briefly explain how this happened?
Yeah. So essentially, we took a water jet to our 3090 and our new vapor chamber on the 4090.
Right.
We'll walk you through some of the differences there.
And yes, that'll let us see into the vapor chamber. This is the 4090 itself assembled, and it disassembles into some of these pieces. Not all. There's not this many fans on it. Some of these pieces, but the rest went into designing it. So today's going to be entirely engineering focused. I'm excited because we do a lot of testing of thermals. That doesn't necessarily mean I understand how a company got to the design it got to, and I definitely don't understand all of the different properties in things like fan design, vapor chamber design. So that's what Malcolm's going to help out with.
Good.
Let's start with these two pieces, and then kind of get into this water jetted.
Yeah, sure.
So walk me through, what is this? What am I looking at?
Yeah, so this is probably the earliest version of 4090 that we had. So essentially these were very early acoustic and flow prototypes. So that's initially what we wanted to see, is how the fans performed. Oftentimes the fans are the longest lead time item, and we really want to make sure that, because a lot of things can go wrong in fan design, right?
Is that because you're still kind of figuring out the whole rest of the card as you're working on them?
Yes, sort of that, but also there's a lot of things. We simulate these fans, obviously, very thoroughly, but there's some specific frequencies that you can't necessarily count for, and some have impacts just because of the impedance they're operating at. So it's important to make sure that you know what the sound quality will be before you go and tool a fan and everything. So these are acoustic and flow prototypes, obviously not functional heat pipes in there, but the overall impedance of these is very similar to the final product.
So not necessarily, you're not using it for like thermal load or anything like that. It's just basically for checking noise and just the airflow characteristics.
Exactly. I think there's two of these in the world. One is here, another one in Santa
lab.
Clara. Yeah. So
So then this leads eventually, after I guess some revision and stuff, to the final design. So this is the 4091. I wanted to get to this kind of early in the discussion because it's so cool.
It kind of ties everything together, yeah.
So first, it's a cross-sectioned cooler, right?
Yeah.
Except this is the cleanest cross-section of anything I've ever seen because I tried to cut a vapor chamber open once and I used a Dremel and it basically like liquefied everything. So it just kind of melted. You couldn't see too much into it. And then my next step to try and see into it was to take a drill and step drill it out. And that also was not great. So this, I guess let's talk through vertically like what it is they're looking at. I'll let you talk about like heat pipes.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So we got all chopped it right in two. We got the vapor chamber here, so that's where you see this gap here. So that's all vapor chamber.
Right.
And it's larger than the 3090 vapor chamber. So you can see the 3090 vapor chamber was about this amount of the card, and then we had the heat pipes on this side. This is the full west side of the card. So the entire area contacting the chip and memories.
Yeah, and to help people with the orientation here, that's GPU contact is in this area. If it weren't cut in half.
Cardinal directions of the card.
I guess you've got memory contact here, right?
Exactly. And then we got 6 heat pipes as well. The interesting part is the evaporator design is completely different than the vapor chamber. So I think this is an area which we spend a lot of time optimizing the evaporator, but the regular user should never see inside the evaporator,
right.
or else something has gone catastrophically wrong. So we actually implemented a new type of wick inside the vapor chamber itself. So essentially, you have 2 forces in a vapor chamber. You have
someone needs to adjust their focus a little bit.
And then you have the mass flow rate back into the evaporator. And essentially, as soon as the rate of evaporation is greater than the mass transfer rate back to the evaporator.
It's what it looks like inside of a heat pipe, guys.
And essentially, your thermal resistance
like a little wick,
rockets, and your thermal performance, tanks, I guess.
Yeah, so is that because it is no longer condensing back? Is that what's happening?
It might not have enough capillary force to get back. It could. There's tons of reasons why you could run into dry out. One of the things that's always different with a new generation of chips is the heat flux of the chip. So essentially, the power density in a certain part of the chip, whether it's in a computing workload or a more memory-heavy workload, can light up different parts of the chip.
Right.
And you'll get higher localized heat flux. And there's basically 2 ways a vapor chamber can dry out. You can either have too much total power and higher rate of evaporation than back to the condenser, but you can also have localized areas of dry out.
Okay, that seems really hard to troubleshoot.
Very difficult, yeah.
Because at that point, I guess for NVIDIA it's a little easier since you have tools to access sensors on the die, maybe.
Exactly,
So that could help. But I guess maybe some background info there too. So for when you're working on designing these, if you're at a stage where you already have some silicon you can work with, there's effectively a network of sensors across the die. Is that accurate? And then it's stuff like for a user, you'll see maybe junction temperature or like edge temperature depending on the vendor, or just GPU temperature, right? Like as if it's all just one thing. And I don't know exactly how if it's just averaged of all of them, but for you guys when you're working on designing it, you can tap into all the different thermal sensors.
Exactly. So we can look at the north-south temperature delta, which usually gives us an idea of how the TIM is contacting the die. East-west as well. We have a ton of sensors, and some are directly in the hotspots, some are in other, processing parts of the die.
Right.
So we have all that information, and that's a great way to check if we have dry out. Basically, if we have one that's way hotter than the average, then something is up.
Right. So why, for walk me through combining heat pipes and vapor chamber, sometimes you'll see just one solution on a product. Where do you draw the line when you're going to start leveraging both?
Oh, that's a really good question. So vapor chamber is essentially just a 2D heat pipe, So It's the exact same principle, but it's basically really effective at both Qmax and obviously spreading the heat. So the overall Qmax of a vapor chamber is much higher than.
That's why there's a direct relationship
individual
between
heat
the number of heat pipes
Direct
and generally
heat
how well
pipe.
cooler will cool.
Really, you're limited by the amount of
Not
wick.
not completely,
you can
but
have
rule of
to
thumb.
push water back to the evaporator area.
Is wick, when you use wick in this context, are you talking strictly about a physical wick, or are you talking about a physics characteristic?
So like when I talk about wick, it's just this, either sintered powder
Right.
or on our new one, basically, we noticed that this is the 3080 VC for reference here.
Right.
So essentially, we have these heat pipes touching directly over the evaporator area. And we found that a lot of the condensation happens directly above because that's where the heat's being drawn out
That makes
to
sense,
the
yeah.
east side of the card. So unlike this version, which has sintered powder wick, and basically sintered powder wick is just the median at which it uses capillary force to push water back.
Right.
We used a mesh type wick on the top. So essentially the difference between a mesh and a sintered powder wick is the overall porosity of the material.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
porosity is about typically equivalent to the pore radius squared.
Okay.
So as you go to slightly larger pore radiuses, which you have in a mesh, you increase the permeability. And essentially, you allow water to travel right back to the evaporator much easier. And then we still have sintered powder on the evaporator area itself. It can usually be thinner and has a higher capillary pressure than a wick, mesh type wick.
And we'll drop some footage in too where just to get into internal heat pipe structure is very similar in terms of what you use to wick things. So we have some footage from a factory of how they make heat pipes, and the sintered powder, it just as the name explains, it is literally a powder copper. Right?
Correct, yeah.
And at least for the factory we saw, they kind of dump it into the heat pipes and then just shake them a lot, and then they heat it up. And alternatives like you're talking about with mesh or weave materials.
Yep.
We were trying to get a shot of it earlier. It's really hard to see, but on the 40 series card, I think you were explaining to me that partway down the vapor chamber, you were explaining what it is we're seeing in there.
Exactly, yeah. So it's a little difficult to see. So on the condenser side, we use that mesh type wick with the higher permeability. And essentially, we have a higher flow rate of water back to the evaporator. I like to think about it as like a blower versus an axial fan.
Okay.
Blower is typically high pressure, low flow rate. Axial fan, high flow rate, low pressure.
Right.
So you can think of sintered powdered mesh as more like a blower. Very high pressure, capillary pressure, good water retention in the evaporator area to avoid dry out, good thermal performance in the evaporator. The evaporator area itself is like 80 to 90% of the total thermal resistance of the vapor chamber. So optimizing the evaporator is really the key. So yeah, and so basically axial fan, mesh, blower, sintered powder.
So there's these copper columns in here, and
So vapor chamber, which you're trying to show compared to the heat pipes that are on top of it, the vapor chamber is kind of like a bigger heat plate that pushes the heat around and moves the heat around.
Copper pillars at all. One is structural stability. Like this is incredibly
Make
weak.
the area of contact bigger.
yeah, without the pillars in it.
And
Yeah,
then the
exactly.
heat pipes
So you need to have-
are
because
basically
we
like
do
little
put a
pumps
lot
that
of
move it around,
pressure
move the
with
heat around.
eye on the vapor chamber. And especially
The
since the
vapor chamber's
dye
on the
kind
bottom and the
there's
heat
this
pipes are on
pumping
top of
motion
it.
when you heat it up
Right.
and cool it down.
It spreads
So
out
we
the
put
heat
a lot
from
more
the dye.
pillars in the inside, right above
And then the heat
GPU
pipes move it.
die. But the main reason for it is because essentially the water is condensing directly on top of the evaporator. And we can wick the water directly back down to the evaporator area. So the Qmax of this card compared to the critical heat
series.
flux, the point of which the card dries out is way higher on this one. Like
Not going to be a problem.
not going to be a problem. Yeah.
Right.
Even if you're overclocking the thing,
Right.
basically as far as the electricals will take it,
Right.
it should be able to handle it. So we're pretty proud of the new.
But the
VC
test will
design.
tell, guys.
How about so the bumps here at the memory contact?
Yep.
That was not on this design. You see, it's just a flat plate. This is extremely common. We see this on basically every video card I've ever taken apart. I think I've run into this once or twice, but can you walk me through design decision here?
Yeah, exactly. So you can see it's actually a different notch pedestal on the north and the east, the west, and the south. So basically, we want to make sure that the pressure on the die is very uniform. So we find a lot of the time whenever someone says, oh, this TIM is not good, it's usually just because you have ununiform contact. Yeah. So essentially, we have non-uniform memory around the GPU, and each memory TIM pad provides a force back on the heatsink.
Right.
So typically, if you look at the temperature sensors, let's say you had no
It's a way of better
no
distributing
balancing, no notch
load.
pedestals, and you just kind of let it run.
Interesting.
The north can be like, 5 to 10 degrees hotter than the south, just because you have non-uniform TIM contact.
And we were talking too about how some of these components, at least in the past, if not this design, you will sometimes almost use the component as a standoff to just put a pad on it.
Yep.
Not necessarily because it needs the cooling, but the component itself, that is, but because of the movement?
Just to make sure that the pressure is equal. So we'll put it a lot on the south side here to make sure that we have perfect TIM contact on the GPU itself.
Right.
And then, if you do have perfect TIM contact, the total thermal resistance of that, so let's say, for example, you made it infinitely conductive or zero bond line thickness. Essentially, your gain, net gain in terms of the whole card would be like 3 to 4 C.
Okay.
Like this TIM is really good, especially if you have uniform TIM contact.
Is that what this is over here?
No, this is the
that's that one.
PTM 7900. So essentially, it can get down to about 25.
By the way,
to 30
there's some new TIMs.
bond line thickness.
So old TIMs are like this, and they're generally silicone. There's new TIMs now that use graphene, I believe. I don't know if it's ceramic graphene or whatever it is, but they're much, like the heat level transfer is much, much, much higher than normal TIMs. Almost the same as thermal grease, but obviously it takes up more space, but they're still really thin, so you can't really use them for... TIMs generally are made for a place where there's a lot of difference between spacing, and you can't just make a really flat part, right? So like memory, as I described right here, or VRMs on your motherboard, because they don't work as well, but they still do work, because it's it's kind of like a lower critical area for cooling. Like it still needs cooling, it should get cooling, but it doesn't matter as much as like your GPU die or your CPU die.
The middle.
So you can use
But
things
we have
like
a
TIMs
curved die, so
and
it's
still be
slightly
fine.
larger at the edges. The other interesting thing about this TIM is it's a phase change material, so it'll squeeze out initially, but then it's got enough viscosity when it is liquid to avoid being pumped out. So basically what we do is we run these cards through.
Oh, and sorry to interrupt, but TIM pump out
Better be.
Exactly.
is an issue we talk about in another video. I'll link it below so you can get details on that. I'm trying to
And some more watery thermal greases, by the way, will actually, even though they're easier to work with, will tend to just squeeze out between your, it'll dry out and squeeze out between your CPU or GPU.
I like to find some of the terms as we
Which
go.
is why I have to repaste my GPU, but I haven't done it.
No worries, no worries, no worries.
So,
Hey guys,
anyway.
here's an application of this term right here, which is when you watch the numbers in the top right corner of my screen, you watch those numbers up there and you see, Sam's at thermal throttling. What's that about, guys? Yeah, that is this.
Yeah, but basically TIM pump out is the GPU die is slightly curved, and then when you heat it up, it relaxes slightly. So it creates this pumping motion.
Right.
And if you have
They're specifically
very
talking about TIMs, but it happens with thermal
liquidy
grease too.
material, it can pump out after few hundred cycles,
Sure.
and then
If it's
your thermal
particularly bad,
performance,
yeah.
especially the hotspot, will get really bad.
Before we jump into fans here, how about this stuff that you've got kind of in resin, I guess?
Yeah.
I think I've only seen stuff in resin like this if it's like in a science lab of an insect. So what do we have going on here? This is heat pipes cross section, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of
They
different
had
stuff here.
They had time to do
Basically,
this.
I did cut these two apart for the video here, but all of this stuff.
Let's
is
put it
just
in resin,
random
too.
Stuff. Whenever we have a problem with a vapor chamber,
You can, by the way, you can do
we
this.
just
There's
chop it open and
recipes
see
to make
what's wrong.
resin at home and stuff. It's actually really
for
easy.
example, here you can
So you
see
can put stuff in
the
resin if
vapor
you really
space
want to,
itself.
whatever
Now,
you want.
The vapor space is extremely
And then you polish
isothermal
it.
usually.
Looks really cool.
Like when you're modeling a vapor chamber, we model, the discrete bits, right? We model the shell, we model the wick, and we model each pillar, and the conductivity we assign to the vapor space it can range, but usually it's like nearly 1,000,000 watts per meter Kelvin.
Okay, all right.
It's like effectively isothermal.
Yeah.
All your losses are typically, the biggest resistance is in the wick. You have this like wick and liquid film parallel resistance that dominates the total overall resistance. And essentially you want to maintain that vapor space so you have that isothermal capability. And that's really the reason you use a vapor chamber in the first place. So when we're designing, we usually get CNC heat sinks very far back to make sure that everything's kind of working as expected.
Right.
Especially with the vapor chamber, it can drive a lot of the total thermal resistance. Usually it's probably our second biggest thermal resistance. The first is the airflow, right? Getting the most airflow gets the most benefit.
Right. Let's do that. Let's talk about airflow. So these are the final fans.
Those are the final fans. Yep.
What is the high level, like most critical thing for us to know before we get into some of the prototypes about the decisions you made?
These fans are really we spent a ton of time this generation making sure that they're absolutely perfect.
Right.
So nothing's ever perfect, but these are by far the best fans we've ever made.
Yeah.
First thing, we used a different bearing type. So previously we used a 2-ball bearing, went to fluid dynamic bearing. Overall, there is some acoustic benefit to going to fluid dynamic bearing. Basically, you miss out on all that metal on metal contact.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
But the big benefit is also lifetime. The
They'll eventually
lifetime
burn
of
out,
fluid
guys, don't
dynamic
worry.
is much better than a standard 2-ball.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, the big difference, the blade structure is completely different. And what's interesting is these fans look wildly different.
Yeah.
But if you
different sides
flip
of
it
the car
around,
too, right? Okay,
they're
yeah.
almost identical.
Right.
Because the pressure, the impedance of the push and the pull, let's grab this,
final.
is actually pretty similar. I mean, we can adjust the impedance almost by changing the fin pitch and, how many fins.
Fin density.
Yeah, exactly,
right.
fin spacing. So we found that usually we can find an acoustic optimum point in the PQ curve and corresponding to some flow. Oh, PQ is pressure versus flow rate.
Yeah.
So every fan has a PQ curve, and usually you can find that optimum point, and we're obviously going for
Are
very
you talking
low
about the
pressure.
operating point, basically?
Yeah, exactly. So realistically, these fans are very similar. The push is slightly higher impedance overall because it is blocked by the PCB, and you have to change directions. But the fan geometry is fairly similar. The blade design is completely different than last generation.
These two are, I guess, the comparable, right? And then these two are the comparable.
Exactly.
So,
Hey,
size
Fishke,
obviously different. As we
doing
talked
pretty
about.
good.
Blade count different.
Hope it's going all right with you.
So, a couple things. So, first off,
Yeah,
size
they
is
are.
bigger. So,
We
you may
covered
think that size
like
is
some of the
always bigger, but
pre-release
there is an optimum point.
coolers, and
This
you're
time
looking at
we're
like
limited
4
by how
slots.
big the actual card is.
Right.
So, bigger was better. Basically, there's
Depends on how much
very
space you want. It
defined
depends on
affinity
whether or not
laws
bigger
for
is better.
fans. So, as you increase diameter, if
It's getting to
keep
the point where you
RPM
almost
the
need its
same,
own case for each
flow
video
rate
card.
will be proportional to diameter cubed.
Okay.
But if you keep
So it doesn't
the,
eat up all your
RPM
PCIe
the
slots?
same, then it'll be louder and there's another affinity law for that one. It's not as simple.
Another
as
alternative
law
is the vertical
So
mounting. If you
essentially,
guys
we
ever
can do
see
the
that,
math
where
and
they take the
figure
video
out
card out and put it on the side,
isoacoustics
and then they
what
attach it with a
our
cable.
benefit is in terms of airflow. So
And save some
essentially, it
space,
works
too.
out to be diameter to the 1.6. So isoacoustic. So the other thing is, as you go to bigger fans, pressure isn't proportional to diameter to the 1.6. It's proportional to diameter squared and RPM squared.
Okay.
So you actually lose pressure capability, but the overall net benefit in terms of cooling performance.
Sorry, I'm just looking over your shoulder at PR over here in the background. I'm going, what's going on right now?
I mean, to a certain extent, it doesn't really matter.
We
So
can't say.
No,
I mean-
I use up here with my hand. I can't do math, I'm in PR.
Flow rate goes up,
Right.
and more flow rate is what cools the card.
What is it you guys are really trying to identify here? I guess ultimately, as easily said as possible, it's best thermals at a given like acceptable noise level.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
when you're actually trying to achieve that, I mean, where do you start, right? Like
There's
a
I'd
lot
say
of variables.
There's like 100 parameters that you could change on a blade shape, and we try and explore as many as possible. The problem is, unlike the diameter affinity laws, that are easy to spit out and sound smart, the height and the blade number aren't so well defined. So essentially, as you change the thickness or the blade number, you pretty much have to change all the different parameters.
and you're dealing with whatever the heat sink itself is, and so that's why, like, to the comment earlier of you can't make it perfect. The entire reason that fans are still changing when it seems like one of the most sort of
Been around since
mathematically
the
simple.
Dark Ages,
Yeah. So like mathematically, I guess you can do as much as you want to make it perfect, but then you throw all the variables at it, and that's why you still advance over time.
Yeah,
right? Like,
exactly.
Because there's still more to do. So
Yeah, and there's some interesting things you can do. Now that our simulation
apparently my
capacity is
coffee had a
kinda
bad
growing and
filter
we're
because
simulating
there's
more,
grounds in my cup.
You can actually
fuck? It's a
incorporate
fucking
the whole
K
heat
cup.
sink and then figure
How the
out what
fuck did they fuck up a
interactions are
filter on
between
it?
the heat sink and the fins.
It's getting a bit high. It depends on what you consider high.
CFD.
And considering they all
yeah,
ramp
yeah,
down
all
when
CFD.
you're not using them in
It's actually
games,
really
and
interesting how
it
you
might not
model
necessarily operate at
fans in
peak load depending
particular.
on the game that you're
So,
playing
in
because
a
it's
thermal
variable, depends on
design,
your load that you put on it.
You can just
Is
there's basically
450
three
too
ways
high?
to do it. One, you can just put the PQ curve in
Oh.
and put
I
no
guess
blade
if you have really
parameters.
expensive
That's the
electricity, it
least
might start to weigh on you. Like
computationally expensive.
I'm playing a
Just
video
slap it
game,
in
I'm going to
there,
spend
see
like
if it's
10
good,
cents or
yeah.
something. You're like, oh
Then
god.
the second way I find really interesting is basically you put the actual blade geometry in there, and you, instead of rotating the fan, you rotate the air around the fan.
Yeah.
So it's called a moving reference frame, and it gives you a pretty good idea of the overall airflow. But what we've been able to do this generation is do a full sliding mesh simulation. So essentially it's a transient simulation, and you do a moving reference frame for every like tenth of a rotation,
Yeah.
and do or tenth of a degree of rotation.
What I'm hearing here is NVIDIA is its own customer for this type of stuff. If
Yeah,
you're for computational power to do the simulation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because it's a lot of.
It's cool working for a company with like infinite computing resources,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can like specifically look at different frequencies and stuff. So let's say you get a fan back and it's like, 800 hertz is really bad. You look in and contour where the, high acoustic levels are.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a little more we're going to
So,
talk about too in a second.
I believe the
video,
launch, by the way,
think.
guys,
So
for
we'll
these
save this for the next one,
4000
but
series is the
talking about, like,
12th.
compression
So there's still a
of
week
drone
off from
pads
it.
and stuff like that.
Less than a week.
And
I don't know if the NDA is going to drop on the day of launch
topics along the way
or
we'll get
sometimes
into,
2 days
especially
early.
with some of the Tim choices and the electrical. So for now, I think probably at least most of you have learned something interesting, but write a comment.
I thought it was pretty cool. I like when they tear apart coolers like that, and he seemed very knowledgeable.
You were most interested in,
The guy on the right seemed pretty knowledgeable what he's talking about.
No problem, my pleasure. Very cool card.
Would have been cool if he
Yes.
actually showed different
It was good to learn
variations of
about
the same
them and
cooler,
some
like
more
prototypes that they went
aspects
through. They
like
kind of
that.
did with the
Thanks
fans,
for watching. We'll see you all next
but like
time.
different models, and then show like the performance of each model and how they've improved it and what they're tweaking. It definitely seems like it's a trade-off between noise, and cooling capabilities for the most part. I mean, that's coolers in general, but he's talking about like with fans, they adjust the pitch of the fans, so how close together the fans are, or not the fans, the fins, how close the fins are together in order to create more airflow between the two while balancing noise at the same time. Pretty cool stuff. Obviously pretty technical, but interesting regardless. Place pump out. Okay. Long lost albums. I see. We're gonna take a look at one more here. I think we're gonna do Critical Drinker. I'm still gonna watch Rings of Power, guys. I don't anticipate. No more. I think is Rings of Powers or House of the Dragon the one that lasts longer? One of the two lasts a long time. It's like 13, 10 episodes as opposed to 8. See. Then Andor, I think that finished airing. Let me check real quick. Another Star Wars series, which I'll watch because I just like Star Wars. Actually, no, it's a full series. I thought it was like 3 episodes. I thought it was an OVA. Number of episodes 5. But there's 12 listed on the wiki. That's interesting. I'll give that a watch. House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is 10 episodes and airs till the 10th. Excuse me, the 23rd. Rings of Power is 8 episodes and airs till the 14th. So that's done next week. This came out 2 days ago. So I don't think it's going to spoil everything. We'll take a look at it.
You know, expectations are funny things, particularly when you happen to be a movie critic whose job it is to offer some kind of informed prediction on the quality of upcoming projects. Sometimes expectations can lead you down completely the wrong path, ending in crushing disappointment when said project doesn't live up to your lofty anticipation. And on even rarer occasions, the thing you confidently predicted would crash and burn quicker than the fucking Hindenburg turns out to be a lot better than you expected. But then there's the ones that end up exactly where you said they would. Making every dumb mistake you expected, falling for every tired and predictable cliche you warned about, ignoring and contradicting every aspect of the source material just as you knew they would, and pushing every heavy-handed piece of social commentary with the regularity of a fucking atomic clock. Which brings me neatly along to the Rings of Power, one of the most anticipated shows of 2022. And by anticipated, I mean fucking dreaded, because basically anyone with an IQ higher than the She-Hulk
After they did fucking Wheel of Time and fisted the shit out of me with Wheel of Time, I don't think Rings of Power. By the way, I out of all the old fantasy series, guys, like Wheel of Time, I definitely hold above everything else in terms of just enjoyment in reading the books and that I found. And then Amazon literally just bent me over and just like right in there with their fists. And I knew it was coming. I was like, I gotta watch it. I love Wheel of Time, right? I gotta watch it regardless. And they just went in there and it was worse. I don't think they can do worse than Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time was really fucking bad. They butchered it in so many different ways. They made the show like it wasn't even about Rand. It wasn't even about the dragon. They made the show like fucking about Maureen, which is not even like one of the main characters. She was like kind of like she was a main character, but she's like a side main character because there's a lot of characters in Wheel of Time. But there's 3 big main ones, which is Rand, Rand, Matt, and then Perrin. Those are 3 big ones. And then kind of Eugene, and then Lorraine. The series is basically about Lorraine, who's an Azseti. And instead of the big 3, they made it about the Azseti. And it's just... I have no... And then they made it like only like 6 or 8 episodes or something stupid. And then they condensed 3 books. The books aren't short, by the way. Each book is like 1,000 pages. They turned 3 books into 8 episodes. I don't even know. And they had like a huge budget, so why the fuck did it go wrong? I don't know.
Could see exactly the way the winds were blowing on this one, and they knew what this show would become. And now that I've suffered through 6 entire episodes, which have slowly drained my will to live, I feel like I've got a fairly good sense of what the Rings of Power actually is. This show is a billion-dollar nightmare. A horrible, bland, disrespectful, corporatized piece of clumsy fan fiction that somehow manages to look both obnoxiously overproduced and shockingly cheap at the same time. Written by people with a Wikipedia summary understanding of the source material and an even weaker grasp of actual human behaviour. Featuring some of the worst dialogue ever uttered in the history of entertainment and performed by a diverse cast of activists. Sorry, actors, who range from way too good for the material to way too shit for any material. In short, it's the perfect storm of shittiness on a grand scale that we all predicted it was gonna be. And it feels like it's getting worse with each passing week. I mean, I could probably devote entire videos to picking apart the terrible writing, amateur performances, ham-fisted direction and clumsy allegory for each and every episode, but since other people have already done that far better than I could, I'm gonna do my best to give some kind of overall summary of this fucking disaster. So grab your sword and vomit bags, fellow traveller, and let's begin this journey together. The general storyline for Rings of Power is set sometime after a destructive war against an evil dude named Morgoth who tried to take over the worlds. Who exactly was Morgoth? What did he look like? And why was he even doing this? Don't know. Don't think about it because it's not important. What is important though is his second in command, Sauron, who took command of Morgoth's armies and then promptly disappeared. I mean, he wasn't defeated in battle or anything, he just kinda gave up and went away. Why? Don't know. It's a mystery, you see. A mystery neatly contained within a storytelling box that'll presumably be opened at some point in the future. But don't worry, we'll talk about that kind of shit later. Believe that! Anyway, this is where our story picks up. It's divided into several different plot threads told from different perspectives to give the impression that this is some kind of epic, complex narrative, but the main storyline thread follows a character that happens to have the name Galadriel, because that's about as much as she has in common with the actual character from Lord of the Rings. This time around, she's a brutal, obnoxious, ass-kicking, sword-swinging warrior woman who's the physical equal of any man, because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. Anyway, she's been scouring the earth for clues to Sauron's whereabouts for the past few centuries. Not exactly Sherlock fucking Holmes, this one. And naturally, everyone's getting a bit fed up with her by this point. I know the feeling, guys. I've been with her for about 5 minutes and I fucking hate her already. Her own squad decide to mutiny after following her all the way to the North Pole, and who can blame them when she's willing to leave one of them behind to die of exposure rather than stop and camp for a few hours.
Commander! Wait! No! We keep moving!
Also, why do none of these people actually look like elves anymore? Anyway, she's eventually forced to return to her superiors without completing...
Because that's an unrealistic standard of beauty, guys. You can't have elves. Elves are unrealistic. Yeah. We need more, we need more body positivity in our elves, guys. Because, you know, they have to be representative of real life, right?
Their mission to find Sauron, but they're like, nah, it'll be fine. I wonder if this strong female character trying to warn her incompetent male superiors of an unresolved danger will ultimately get proven right.
No way!
Anyway, they try to pack her off to Valinor because even though it's...
No way!
Anyway...
That's an elf now, guys. That's a fucking elf. What the fuck? Token elf, by the way. Token in Lord of the Rings. This is the Lord of the Rings elf. What the fuck? Even in like normal, like kind of like high fantasy in general, this literally looks like a guy that went out LARPing and put on fucking elf ears. What the fuck is this garbage? Oh, what? Why?
They try to pack her off to Valinor because even though they haven't seen her in years, they're already sick of her shit. But then she bails out at the last second and decides she's going to swim back to Middle-earth across the Sundering Sea without any supplies or flotation aids, because that's a thing you can totally do. But then, wouldn't you know it, she gets rescued by a dashing stranger who's totally not Sauron, so that the rest of the plot can happen. Wow, what are the odds that she would happen to bump into a bunch of strangers on a raft in all these thousands of square miles of empty ocean?
What a stroke of luck!
So anyway, they eventually wind up on the island of Numenor, which is ruled over by diverse queen lady, because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. Anyway, Galadriel finally figures out that Sauron is headed for the Southlands by reading a map. Now, you might assume that being thousands of years old and having scoured every corner of Middle-earth already, including the Southlands presumably, Galadriel would be pretty familiar with its geography now, but apparently not, because a character's only ever as smart as the person writing them. So naturally she needs to gather an army and get to the Southlands so they can lay the smackdown on Sauron and his orcs, and for this they're gonna need the Númenóreans. And naturally she decides that the best way to win their cooperation is to act like an arrogant dickhead and treat everyone around her like shits.
There is a tempest in me. It swept me to this island for a reason, and it will not be quelled by you, Regent.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
You know, it's a total mystery why audiences are failing to connect with this character. Anyway, because we need the rest of the plot to happen, diverse Queen Lady agrees to send Galadriel and not Sauron to the Southlands along with 300 men to put an end to the threats. Fucking really? 300 men is barely enough to garrison a single town, never mind invade an entire country. And let's be real here, they're not exactly sending their A-team for this one. Why is this army composed almost entirely of skinny teenage boys and girls in plastic armor that look like they've never swung anything heavier than a Wii motion controller?
Good question.
Why are there no actual men in this medieval fighting force? Oh,
You beat me to it.
wait, of course. It's because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. I'm sure this
Wait, what?
100-pound girl's gonna strike fear into the hearts of orcs everywhere.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Anyway, the second strand of this narrative
That juxtaposition, guys, between like old Lord of the Rings, like the good movies, and this. Holy shit.
follows diverse elf warrior and strong female healer in the Southlands as they follow up on worrying reports of trouble in the local area. See, these people sided with Morgoth back during the war, and ever since then their country's been under foreign occupation to make sure they don't start getting the wrong idea again. So needless to say, they're not exactly enthusiastic about having elves on their doorstep. And wouldn't you know it, an entire army of orcs has taken up residence there without being noticed by anyone, led by evil elf guy who's planning to take over the whole country, which forces strong female healer to become strong female leader and rally the local villagers to fight them off. Because if there's one person that I'd absolutely trust to make good tactical decisions in a war situation, it's the local florists.
That is one big pile of shit.
The final strand of this story follows a group of psychopathic Irish hobbits.
Yep.
Sorry, Harfoots, as they migrate across Middle-earth, led by Lenny Henry, because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. But you better hope you don't fall behind, or break the rules, or say the wrong thing, or just happen to be in the wrong place when something totally unconnected goes wrong, because these fuckers will just leave you behind. And along the way, female Frodo runs into not Gandalf when he literally falls out of the sky, and then she spends the next few episodes trying to figure out who he is and where he comes from. And all of this stuff culminates in an action sequence to bring about the creation of Mount Doom and Mordor that may be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen outside of a Roland Emmerich movie. Volcanoes do not work like this. Where the fuck do I even begin with this show? I mean, first and foremost, I guess I have to say that the writing is absolutely atrocious in all respects. The dialogue is an unholy mixture of overly dramatic trailer lines that have almost no bearing on the situation at hand, songs and iconic speeches shamelessly stolen from characters.
So I've actually kind of noticed, guys, when you're talking to people, like let's say in a chat room, right? Let's say in a chat room when there's a big conversation going on, it's fucking weird how many people will literally not listen to anyone else around them. And obviously, this does happen on more than one occasion, and people tend, in a normal flow of a conversation, people will override each other, right? They override each other and just say the stuff that there's on their mind, and there's a back and forth that happens between like assertiveness of people in the conversation, right? Something I've noticed with some people though is they just assert constantly, like they don't even bother listening to the people that they're talking to when they're trying to have a conversation with them. And it seems like it's also starting to invade writing, where you just have people that just like, the good example that I use is my grandma was in the nursing home when she was, about to die. That's just the way that it goes. When I was younger, and I remember visiting her, and I remember two older women that were friends together, who were not visiting my grandma, but just in the vicinity when we were talking. And I remember them sitting there and talking with each other. And the thing about it was, they couldn't hear well. And the weird thing was, they thought they were talking about the same thing, but both of them were actually having two different conversations. So both of them couldn't hear the other person properly, which is kind of hilarious in and of itself, but tragic at the same time. So both people couldn't really hear the conversation, but they thought that they were talking to each other and engaging in, in a good lively conversation. And later on, like the weird thing was they would laugh at the same moment. They thought that someone said something funny, so one would laugh and then the other one would laugh because they could see body language. They could see the other person was having fun, so then they joined in because the other person was laughing. It's really fucking weird where we kind of have this disconnect in society between two people that are interacting with each other, but not really actually talking about the same thing with each other. It's very, very weird. It's not just in writing, but this kind of seems like a symptom of it, where you just have people saying words, but neither person actually gives a shit about what they're actually saying. It feels like the writer just kind of has two conversations with people that have nothing to do, like they can't even get into the character, the mind of like someone that's in the scenario, just like to kind of add an element of realism. Not that the series has to be realistic, but it has to be believable, right? It has to be something where these people that are in this situation are actually people that you might see in like real life, like they're actually something that happens in real life, right? And it seems like they just don't get this down anymore. It's like filler. You just have people that say words, two people that say words because they're written, and neither person actually represents the character because it's like too much effort or something. I don't fucking know.
Characters that won't be around for thousands of years, and pretentious pseudo-philosophical ramblings that sound like a 13-year-old trying to scribble something profound in their Tumblr profile.
Do you know why a ship floats?
Shut up! Jesus Christ, characters even say okay on multiple occasions. Did anyone even bother to proofread this shit? The characters themselves are a collection of absolute idiots who fail to understand very obvious clues until the script decides it's time to move the plot forward, consistently act and behave contrary to their own interests, change their minds on the flip of a coin, act surprised by things that they absolutely should know already, and generally fail to display any measure of common sense, level-headed thinking, or logical decision-making. Like, at one point, Galadriel and not Sauron get brought before diverse Queen Lady so she can decide what to do with them. The Númenóreans don't want her there because they don't like or trust the elves, and Galadriel doesn't want to be there because she needs to get back to Middle-earth, so it seems like the solution should be obvious here. Put her on a fucking boat and get her out of there. But instead, they come up with this ridiculous decision where they'll spend the next couple of days deciding her fate, and in the meantime she's basically allowed to wander the island at will. How the fuck does this in any way translate to the situation that preceded it? The answer is, of course, it doesn't. It's done because the script needs the rest of the plot to happen, and the writers couldn't think of a way to integrate their plot with the world that it's supposed to exist in, so they just said, fuck it, let's just do it anyway. And naturally, because it's a modern day production, the male characters fall into one of two camps. They're either corrupt,
submissive and breedable,
manipulators, or benign, unthreatening beta males who know their place and never show even a hint of agency. And
Yep, or the old guard that's always wrong and mansplains constantly. Yep. What about male stereotypes, guys? I have no fucking idea. They totally don't exist.
Oh my goodness. Could they possibly be setting up the one heroic man in this show as the enemy that Galadriel's been searching for all this time? The girls, on the other hand, are either strong, capable, decisive go-getters who take charge of every situation and do things their way, or pure-hearted paragons of virtue with hidden strength just waiting to be revealed. You know, tropes like this are so tiresomely predictable that it basically gives away the plot of the show just based on which characters have been put into which situation.
Yep.
Galadriel is probably the worst offender in all this shit, which is a bit of a problem since she's the closest thing to a protagonist that this show has. She's arrogant, short-sighted, confrontational, and completely disinterested in the well-being of others. She's happy to let the men under her command die for no obvious gain, makes grandiose, self-serving speeches to people that she needs to win over to her cause, callously manipulates and emotionally
women greater than men,
fuck
equality. We're past that point now.
Acts like a spoiled, entitled arsehole. I don't think I've ever rooted for Sauron so much in my fucking life. The thing is, all of this sounds supremely negative because that's my assessment of her character. The show, on the other hand, desperately tries to frame her as the hero because in the minds of the writers, this is exactly what strong, empowered women are supposed to act like. She's not arrogant and callous, she's decisive and pragmatic. She doesn't manipulate people, she helps them to find their true purpose. Or else.
It's like a fucking villain, guys. It's like the shit the villains do.
She's not entitled, she just knows what has to be done, and everyone else needs to deal with that. It's so funny when writers try to frame villainous characteristics as virtues, and weirdly, it seems to be happening more and more these days. It doesn't exactly help that
Like
Morgan
Wanda?
Clark possessed.
Oh, guys, there's so many people that thought like WandaVision was like a superhero series. Wanda is actually a villain. Like in WandaVision, Wanda's a villain. She holds an entire town hostage to do her bidding. Oh, spoilers, by the way. But I mean, WandaVision's like 2 years old at this point. Yeah, it's literally. She's literally a villain, and there's like some people that think that like she's a strong, like heroic character or something that's just trying to deal with her emotions. No, she's a fucking villain. Holy shit.
She's an acting range that makes Brie Larson look like Katharine Hepburn. She can do an angry scowl with the best of them, but anything beyond that is like watching Seth Rogen trying not to be a complete twat. You can practically feel the internal struggle going on. There's an extremely telling scene where she's riding a horse along the beach, and I think she's meant to be conveying wonder and exhilaration at being close to nature again, but instead she looks like she's desperately trying to hold in a shit. Oh, help my bob, I'm touching cloth here. You can also tell that these writers used to work for Bad Robot because the script's got J.J. Abrams' grubby hallmarks all over it. Basically, the tension in this show is sustained through the constant deployment of mystery boxes. What happened to Sauron, and what was he working on in his Fortress of Solitudes? Who is the stranger? What's the purpose of the magical bullshit sword? Who is Adar? What was Halbrand running from? What's in the box? Will Galadriel learn more than one facial expression before the end of the season? Is Isildur's sister actually hot, or is it just her big boobs? These are all ongoing questions that the show teases to try and keep the audience invested, rather than delivering actual characters and events that people care about. It's a cheap and dirty style of writing.
Yep. Imagine actually writing characters and story, guys. Plot. What was the newest series? Stranger Things. So Stranger Things, the newest season of Stranger Things, took a definite turn compared to the older series, and it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. But half of that series is made up drama. Drama is very easy to write. Half of the season of Stranger Things was made up of drama. Just constant drama, crying, talking about feelings, just sitting there having heart-to-hearts and shit. Instead of progressing the plot, they actually just fill with drama. Drama is incredibly easy to write. Incredibly fucking easy to write. It's like a sitcom. It's so incredibly easy to write. Oh no, KSA came into my channel and he didn't like what I was watching. Oh my god, KSA. Sam thought KSA was his friend. Oh no, KSA's throwing a fit. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. And now we throw some tears in here. You know, what's the thing that makes you cry? Not the fake tears, but you can actually actors use it so they can cry when they're on set. Yeah, and squeeze it in there and.
And the show's
Jesus
absolutely
Christ.
riddled with it. And the writing's not the only problem here. The
It's
direction
incredibly
and
easy to write
geography
drama.
and chronology of this show is absolutely fucked. Like in one scene,
Supposedly
the show-
they have like was it this was your House of the Dragon where they said they had like book experts on set, and they definitely don't.
events that unfold over a period of weeks or even
Yeah,
months.
drama's easy.
And then in the
It's
very next
low-hanging
scene, we're
fruit
back with a
for
different set of
entertainment.
characters, and only a couple of hours seem to have passed since their previous scene. Ships are able to sail from Numenor to Middle-earth, a journey of almost 2,000 miles in a matter of days. What timeline are we supposed to be working to here? Don't know. In another scene, strong female healer and diverse elf warrior have gathered the local villagers together in a fortress at the edge of Mordor. Lacking the numbers to hold out in a pitched battle, they instead lure the orcs inside and then collapse the tower on top of them. Holy shit, they did something remotely smart. That should buy enough time for you guys to escape. Good job. But then instead, they go back to their village inside Mordor so they can make a stand there instead. What the fuck?
This reminds me of Book of Boba Fett, where they had the end battle, and they're like, yeah, Bubba was like, hey, let's go back to my fortress so we can hold out there against the impeding attack. And then the rando chick was just like, no, we should make a stand here with all the fucking civilians around them in the middle of town. Yeah, let's just have a good shoot up in the middle of fucking town. What the fuck? Like, it made no fucking sense. I guess because he's a guy. It just immediately is wrong because he's a guy, even though he's like the protagonist of the story. It's literally supposed to be about Bubba, and Bubba has, has tons of time as a mercenary, right? So he's seen some shit, and then they're like, yeah, no, let's not go to the stronghold. Let's just hold out on this bar. And you're like, what? And then on top of it, they have jetpacks, and instead of sitting on top of the rooftops and shooting at these guys that come in, using cover, they just jump down to the middle intersection and get shot up. And it's just like, Wait, what? Like, they were in a good spot, and then they just put them in a bad spot. Like, they could have instead just made them go up to the rooftop with their jetpack, right? They could have reversed it, and it would have been better. It's just like...
So you're telling me
Jesus.
that an unfortified village with multiple approaches is a better place to defend than a literal hilltop fortress that can only be accessed by a single narrow path? I mean, at least that might have negated the enemy numbers and give you a fighting chance.
Who the fuck thinks this shit up? This is exactly the same thing as Book of Boba Fett. Why would you do this?
Also, how the fuck did you even get back to the village without being seen by the other orcs? You must have walked right past them to go back the way you came. And even if you managed to repel an enemy attack, do you really think they're just gonna give up and leave you alone? All they're gonna do is regroup and keep coming at you. Unless your goal is to hold out until help, which you know is coming, eventually arrives, this isn't the kind of battle that you're gonna win. It's almost like they read the script or something. There's no sense that the writers and directors understand the
It's almost
geography
like
of
the
place
writers
they're
read the
describing,
script.
or the size and disposition of the opposing forces, or even how battles should logically play out. So it's impossible to tell how
Jesus
this battle is
Christ.
actually progressing. I mean, the villagers seem to kill a lot of orcs with ambushes and carefully laid traps, but there's nothing to suggest that another big group won't conveniently come running out of the woods as soon as the plot needs them to.
Like, they
And if
scout them
don't
out
know
and
or
they have
care
idea
about
of
this
what's going
stuff, then
on,
why
so use
should
the...
we? The set designs and visuals
You as
range
the,
from excellent to
audience have an
Sci-Fi
idea?
Channel original with no explanation for why. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely some magnificent
Lord of the
landscapes
Rings
and
NATO.
cities to be filmed here, but then simple things like a war
Rings
attack in
NATO?
a forest look like absolute dog shit. Some of the sets in Numenor look like they were put together about 30 minutes before filming started, and I don't know, man.
Dude, they-
for 60 million.
Okay, he's going to cover that. They have a boatload budget, guys. So there's literally no excuse why this series did bad besides it was just horrible. Like, the writers are horrible, the character casting is horrible. It's like a complete miscast and just pissing away $1 billion. I think they said it was like 800 million. 300 of that's like was getting the rights to do it in the first place, but it's like 500 fucking million dollars. That's insane. That's insane amounts of money to make this steaming piece of shit.
Dollars an episode, I'd expect an hour-long feature film every week, and I'm just not seeing it. Probably shouldn't have spent all that money on intimacy coordinators, should you? Now, it's no secret that Rings of Power is
That's a job, by the way. Apparently, that's for a role when they have fake sex scenes. They make people feel right with having fake sex scenes. Yeah.
show. I know this because
Here,
it's been at
what's the official
forefront of
title? Intimacy coordinator. An intimacy coordinator, sometimes called an intimacy director, is a member of film or television crew who ensures the well-being of actors who participate in sex scenes or other intimate scenes in theater, film, and television production. Intimacy coordination works closely with directors, movement directors, and choreographers to help plan out intimate scenes with both the actors along with other crew members. Yeah, they never used to have those, by the way. Imagine like two actors talking to each other and they going, oops, sorry, I got hard or something.
of basically every piece of advertising and marketing that's ever been done for it. But it does create problems that I don't
It's
think
actually-
showrunners really
actually a role.
considered. Like how there's basically nothing to distinguish one human faction from another halfway around the worlds. Game of Thrones had a very diverse cast, but it was smart enough to hire actors that fit with the geographic location they were set in. People from the north tended to be fair-skinned because it's cold and dark most of the time, while people from south
Surprise, guys! Melanin develops in your skin depending on your exposure to sun, and the closer you are to the equator, the more melanin you have in your skin. Weird, right? It's like real life. It's like they don't... It's fucking weird. I remember watching Wheel of Time, guys, and like the town, this bodunk in the middle of nowhere town has like a super diverse cast. Like if you've ever been to hillbilly towns that are just like kind of separate from everything, and we have vehicles nowadays. But this is like back in the medieval days, just like separated, and everyone's basically fucking each other, so they all look the same. And they're like, yeah, everyone looks different. And you're like, wait, what? Why? Why do they all look different? This is a town in the middle of nowhere. I guess the trains are arriving daily or something. You know, like, Jesus Christ, it makes no fucking sense. Like, people can't be that stupid where they don't understand how genetics work.
Southern regions like Dorne had a more Mediterranean look, while off to the east in desert lands like Essos, you had Middle Eastern and African actors because it made sense that people would look that way in such a hot climate. Basically what I'm saying is that people from certain areas tended to look a certain way.
Surprise!
And it
Genetics.
tune into the fictional world that was being presented to
Like I
you.
said, where people don't seem to understand if a baby looks different than their two parents, maybe the two parents aren't their two parents, right? And obviously adoption could play a role in it, but the old saying is, did your wife fuck the mailman? It's sort of, like you have to question it, right? Because that's genetics, or generally you look like two halves of your parent is basically what it comes down to. Like maybe you look more like your dad or more like your mom, but generally you look like one or the other or a combination of the two at the end of the day. Because most people understand that's like a very basic thing to understand.
Though any nation or faction can look like basically anything, so none of them have any sense of identity.
And no
What
shit.
exactly does a typical Southerner look like? I don't know, because based on what I've seen, they could be Caucasian, African, Middle Eastern, or Asian. How did such a diverse range of different ethnicities end up in such a small, isolated rural settlement? Don't know. It doesn't matter, because this show has to reflect the world we live in today. This show has to reflect the world we live in today. This show has to reflect the world we live in today.
Except it's not.
Me want to murder myself.
That just makes
Now, it's no secret that Tolkien was a huge fan of allegory in fiction, so truly, he would be absolutely thrilled at what they've done here. Like in this scene where an angry young white man rants at a black man about letting the past go. Or this scene where an angry old white man rants about immigrants coming to take all their gerbs. Or this scene where an arrogant white man dismisses the concerns of a female subordinate. Bit of a pattern emerging here, isn't there? It's also clumsy and on the nose and desperate to push the message that they might as well have the characters break the fourth wall and just straight up explain to the audience how this all relates to current issues facing our society. But I guess when you're an activist first and an artist a distant second, none of this stuff is going to faze you because all that matters is getting your point across. Truly, Tolkien would be proud of what you've done here. The Lord of the Rings books were an incredible, epic, timeless story of friendship.
I don't think he did Wheel of Time.
Adventure,
I really wish he
courage,
did.
and conflict, crafted by one man's boundless imagination, passion, and love for mythology and fantasy, and tempered by a long life of experiences, hardships, triumphs, and horrors. The Rings of Power, by contrast, is a cheap, clumsy, derivative copy commissioned by a company that thinks it can buy its way into cultural relevance, made by people with
Unfortunately, you can't really, he can't just do it.
People who have never
Even if he suggests he should do a take on Wheel of Time, right? He'd have to basically read the... By the way, guys, if you're into Wheel of Time or if you are interested, I would highly suggest the audiobooks because they take less time and it's less eye fatigue, and not a lot of people like reading. And then you can listen to them in the podcast, like when you're on a train or you're in a car. They're very long. It takes a lot of fucking hours, but it's well worth it in my opinion. I think it is very, very good. There's some books that are worse than other books. That's the way it goes when you have 1,000 pages per book. But in general, just the series is incredibly good. So even if I suggested it, like in order for him, you'd have to like get the Cliff Notes version of Wheel of Time or something in order to like borderline understand the universe, and even that's probably going to take him a while.
Never been molded by experience or hardship and have no well of creativity to draw upon. In fact, to paraphrase Tolkien himself, Amazon had slowly shaped it to their shifting purposes and made it better, as
One
they
of the
thought,
great things about
being
movies
deceived.
is that not
For all those arts and subtle devices for which they forsook their former wisdom, and which fondly they imagined were their own, came but from Tolkien, so that what they made was not only a little copy, a child's model, or a slave's flattery of that vast imagination which suffered no rival and laughed at flattery, biding its time, secure in its pride and its immeasurable strength. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Amazing that they're from the same source material. If I were Galadriel screams Black Lives Matter and charges Sauron was awe-inspiring. He charges at Kane, you see his new t-shirt. Yeah, apparently now it's hip to be a person of color and then wear a White Lives Matter t-shirt to kind of infer that all people matter, right? Yeah, I think that ship sailed when people shot down the whole idea of all lives matter. So it's like we're going full circle. The fuck is this shit? And Kane did that, by the way, recently. There's a big stint about him and all the blowback he's getting from wearing it from both sides, basically, at this point. Is pretty. That's what happens when you're trying to generate publicity. Eight episodes? No, I have to check. Yep. Watching the show feels more entertaining than the series itself. This is a trending comment. I've seen this already. Part where Sauron punches Galadriel and asks, "Why won't you die?" And Galadriel answers calmly, "Nanomachine's son," is truly one of the most monumental, one of the moments in television history. Lord of the Rings writer J.R.R. Tolkien, war veteran who had no parents after the age of 12, had to be raised by a pastor, spent his life dreaming of becoming an author, wrote the most well-known classic fantasy story ever, Rings of Power. Writers Patrick McKay, no Wikipedia page, no interesting biography. Known for 2016 Star Trek, 4.2/10 script rating. John D. Payne, no Wikipedia biography, known for 2016 Star Trek, 4.3/10 script rating. Fucking hell. It's like Bezos wanted to do TV, and then he just completely outsourced it to everyone else. Like he just spent time on his yacht rather than actually trying to take part in this and actually direct it. And then his minions that are just in this like super politically correct environment just did what they only know how to do, which is make everything politically correct, and then they don't actually know how to make the story writes itself. It's literally a book. Like the books exist. What the fuck is this shit, guys? The really strange thing about the show is that the writers expect you to know the source material without actually using it themselves. We're just memeing. I love the part where Dark Lord Bezos wasted $1 billion, so stunning, so brave. Christ. Part where Sauron acknowledges his privileges and agrees to reduce his carbon emissions by using Ring of Wind power was a beautiful redemption arc. What the fuck? Dude. While season 7 and definitely season 8 of Game of Thrones, season 8 was horrible. Of Game of Thrones, it's like this entire series is now season 8 of Game of Thrones. Like they just skipped past the actual parts, with the story. One of the things that happened in Game of Thrones was they ran out of source material, right? And yeah, in this case they have, well, I guess they don't really have source material because it's like it's an origination story, right? Like they have the books, but like they're making their own story. They have all this lore, they just don't use any of it. And then when they do use it, it doesn't even make sense. It's like what they're doing with Star Trek right now. Yeah, I don't think it's based on any of the books. Wheel of Time was Amazon, right? I just got to make sure. Yeah, it is Amazon. Sony Pictures Television. Christ, guys. Okay. Enough of this. Let's move along. We got to get on to the Reddits. That was pretty good. I do enjoy a good critical drinker, guys. Yeah, Unsettled Cheaper outs themselves accidentally. Yep, fangs in their natural habitat. No. Lobbies? No. October 5th. Sixth. Okay, these are uploading, guys. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out. I will be right back and take a potty break. Alrighty, guys. Okay. Oh, not the Queenglish. October 5th. Done and done. Alrighty, guys, let's move on to the Reddits, guys, and then get into games. The gamazine. Into the gamazine. I got some lovely hate mail. Uh, Core Cycler, I believe, uses AVX workload. You seen this guy? Remember how many people used to bitch about, not Bezos, about Kaplan? Back when he's in charge, about how he's nerfing and buffing things? Everyone bitched constantly about Kaplan. Now everyone wants Kaplan back? Yeah. Really missing Kaplan? Yep. Battle Pass rewards side by side. Okay. Takes 5 years or 15,600 coins to buy all non-seasonal Kiriko unlocks. Huh. Finally learned how to have a positive outlook on Overwatch 2. Couldn't launch the game, so I took a walk out to the pub and found a fellow named Kevin playing at the trivia night by himself. We joined forces and got 4th place. It made me smile, and we were laughing and having a hoot, and he said, "Aren't you glad your game wasn't working? Thanks to Overwatch 2 for giving me the opportunity to meet Kevin." Mm-hmm. Ultraviolet Tracer. So, problem with Overwatch right now, guys, they have stability problems. If you guys didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Good. She's wearing a bald cap, though. And looks like a bot. Good. Thanks, Tinder. I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. $20 to unlock hair. One of the worst things that Blizzard ever did was make Overwatch 2 instead of continuing Overwatch 1. And then just slowly edging into Overwatch 2 just by changing things, which they did already. They changed quite a bit of stuff in Overwatch 1 over time, including roll queue. Trying Remaster just got an FSR upgrade. Mm-hmm. Being purposely obtuse. I constantly see the drivers unstable apart from 22.5.1. That's because it's what Gamers Next is. We heard the same thing when Gamer Next was talking about stuff. Anytime I do a driver update, I lose video when Windows loads. I have to shut down my PC, flip the switch on the power supply for several seconds, and then restart my computer to get Windows to load with a display. That definitely sounds like a power supply problem. That's definitely personal. If you're turning off your computer fixes it, that means you have some sort of power delivery issue, or something is getting cool that is too hot and is delivering power properly after you switch it back on, or unpowering the capacitors on your board. That's not a software thing. If it's a software thing, there'd be no difference between when it's booted up and just restarting your PC in the first place. That's 100% a hardware issue, especially power related. Christ. Chromium issues. Chromium is not Chrome, by the way. Chromium is the open source version of Chrome. I believe for Linux. So I guess there's Linux problems, which is not stipulated as Linux problems, or stipulated as an open source browser problem. It's stipulated as a Chrome problem. A lot of people don't know that Chromium and Chrome are different. Interesting. Proof the IHS is not too thick. But in IHS stickers so they can have some 3D cache and later SKUs. That's from the Bauer video. Noctua paste guards. To prevent paste spillover into the SIM area. Yeah. Yep. That didn't take much. And people will buy those too, because it's a cosmetic thing. This poster responded to DVD Reddits. Huntress cosplay, 7,000 upvotes. Must be decent. Pretty decent. That is a very big-boned individual, though. Perhaps not lore accurate. Okay. Let's play some Gamaz, guys. On to the divs. Alrighty. kind of games are we going to get tonight, guys? Are they going to be cheater lobbies? Are they going to be normal lobbies? We will see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Change categories. Diddly doos. Uh-huh. One moment, please. Please stand by. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. One moment, please. Please stand by. Mm. Good, good, good. One second, guys. I look the same as Winter. Yes, we are. Yep, perfectly identical. Yep, that's why we picked up so many personality traits from each other, right? Actually, his seemed to lag behind mine for some reason, but yeah, totally. Yeah. Are you Winter's twin? Yeah, totally. 1 second, guys. Hmm. Private profile. Yes. Hmm. Eerie? Okay. Alrighty. Off we go, guys. Ah. You can tell based on my accent that we're related. As a Queenglish, I also speak it. Bosh. Gonna go to the loo? Take a ride in the lorry? Go down to Tesco, I think, and grab something to eat. Alright, let's cam off for first game, guys. Might have to consider, it feels an awful lot like the population for Dead by Daylight is kind of dying out. I was looking at Steam chart numbers to a certain extent. I don't know if that's going to continue to decline, but might actually consider different games, considering that the directory is very oversaturated. Even though it's been here a while. Breaker cup doors. Kind of sad because I've spent a lot of time doing this. What the fuck am I doing? How the fuck did I miss that? Good question. Event. Well, I mean, events only do so much, so. Fuck were they, like their entire team was there. What are they doing? No idea. Okay. Ran away, or is she still here? I think she ran. There's two. Got stuck. Dropped just now. And again. No. Scratch marks. Okay. Yeah, she didn't even loop. Yeah. Fuck is that? Like, she should have normally just, like, reverse facing, went back the opposite direction. Good spot. How Obviously, the guy's still here. Unhook. There it goes. I grabbed her. Guess OTR. Hey, buddy. Here, I got one for you. We gotta be careful because it's gonna take some time if I do this. So. DS, if she has it. No. Let's go over to his hook instead because we got close proximity to the generator. It's even better than the first one. Yeah, new events. People always talk about new events. World of Warcraft is new events, and it doesn't always work out, so. Still regressing. That's weird. Come back. What you guys doing? Quinn's gonna go for unhook. There he goes. Not. Buddy. Oh no. That looked like the final pull. Here's OTR. Gone. Should have balanced? No. Alright. That took too much time, guys. She got really lucky with that pull. She shouldn't have had enough time to do that, but she did. And got it in at the last second, so. They're having a healing orgy right now. I'd go. Question. That's full regression though, so it doesn't really matter much. Going back to her gen? No. I don't know if that's a Meg or not. Back here. There we go. No. All right. Quentin. You guys are trying to hide from me. Go between the two gens. Good strategic hook. Check. Went on hook literally right on top of us. We'll see. Okay. Very big boulders. TR? I don't think we can make it back to side building. We might be able to make side building. I don't know if I want to. There, we'll go side building. We have enough time to take a protection hit too. Second most done right there. Use you. I might just unhook her right away again. Oh. Works for me. If you want to sit over there, you can. Gen doesn't matter to us. Yeah. I don't generally stick around for the last second for pushes because usually when they do it, like we get a no pull where I actually go for a pull on someone and then it doesn't actually register. Behind us? Once again, literally at the last second. There we go. Hi. Yes, I guess. I don't know why she did this. Good. No, she's... But the plan was there. Bye, Meg. That gen over there doesn't really matter. You gotta keep her 3 gen right. Okay, she is live. And she just healed full somehow. Not sure how that happened. Okay. We'll take a look at her perks at the end there. She have a med kit, did she? Like, that wasn't enough time since we last hit her. Rebecca could actually have an unbreakable here. Let's do it with the DC on Death Hook. I don't know. I don't know why people do that. Instead of waiting the 5 seconds to leave the game. I have no idea. It's not like they could do the same thing DC in my hands, like the fuck me. It'd be equivalent for them. So I guess maybe they're being a good sport, but then still want to leave the game as fast as possible. If it's your last game of the night, for instance, it doesn't really matter. I have a DS too, which would be hilarious. Nope. All these guys have... Actually, that might have just been base BT. Give them a OTR. We're gonna have to look at the Rebecca and see what the fuck was going on there. See for hatch now. We don't know where Rebecca is, so we aren't going to close it. Unless we can see both gates. Even then, if they have a key hidden somewhere, which has occasionally happened to me, if they have a key hidden somewhere, they can pick up the key and then get out through your hatch after I close it. So, even when you think you have handles, you like can see both handles from the gates, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to stop them from escaping. Which is why bleeding them out is the safest bet. Probably seen by a handle if she has adrenaline, so. I don't think we can see both handles. I think there's a barrel mound in the way. Or walls or shit. But yeah, the game doesn't force you to actually, like, you don't have to do a mini game or something like a CAPTCHA, so it knows you're waiting there. So if you DC at the end of the night, like, it literally doesn't do anything to you. No, I couldn't find the hatch, guys. Shit. Mm-hmm. Becca played Crows? Eries? Did have adrenaline. Yep, and she did have adrenaline, so if we closed the gate, she would have got handle. Good. So how did she heal? I guess she had, she grabbed the hemo from the Nia? I guess it was 20 seconds? 16 seconds. Oh. Pretty sure this is a 4-man. They're all running adrenaline. Almost all of them have OTR. Quentin somehow got 23,000 points in this match, 22,000. That's pretty curious, considering this is a hook camping match, and they ended with 3 gens. 5 heals. Huh. That's pretty interesting, guys. Good, good, good. I'm a bad nemesis, guys, because I outsmarted them. Oh, why isn't he closing the exit hatch? It's because he can't find it. Yeah, I definitely couldn't find the hatch, guys. Yep. Don't play smart. Just be dumb. Be a dumb killer, guys. That's what they want. Take a steaming hot shit all over you. And giggle about it. Go, tee-hee! We pooped on you! Didn't you enjoy it? We enjoyed it. Tee-hee. I mean, to each their own, right? But yeah, I might consider a new game. We'll see how it goes, guys. Been playing this for about a year and a half at this point, too. Just something to consider, even though this game's going to be around for quite some time. Like I mentioned before, it definitely seems like survivors, which are the majority of the player base, don't want you to do good. They don't want to see you do good. They don't want you to do good. They want you to get shit on constantly, just like in games. Tough to be killer. That's actually good. They're live. Next game. Hmm. Level 11. Excuse me, level 100. ATV. Next game. Yeah, if they're level 100, that probably means they play with the fuckboy squad constantly. You can literally tell. Hmm. Hmm. see. Okay. Hmm. Shopping for shampoo right now, guys. Currently, Walmart doesn't have it, and Amazon doesn't have it. Well, they do. It's just extremely expensive, which doesn't make sense. You know, the one fucker that has a bottle of it sitting in his closet or something? Yeah. Unbelievable. When stuff's out of stock, and then they're like, yeah, we're the last stock. How much do you want to pay? Fucking weird. Why would there ever be a shampoo shortage? No idea. Another Tinder match. Also bought. Ah, Purgation. Our zombies are now broken. I love that debuff. Zombies no longer function. Check. First. Hot. Probably gonna play pallet. Here, let me tap this real quick, guys. Sounds like you're pretty close. Alright. Cat thing. She has Sabo, she might. Oh. Good. Great timing. Zombie-chan kind of worthless there. His one job, guys. His one fucking job, literally right there, and then he fucked it. He had one job. Becca went to. One job, guys. Pretty sure we are safe to tap. I want more regression off this gen, though, even if they unhook her. Kinda sucks when that law works against you. Reassurance, cool. Let's go bait and unhook then. Hey, buddy. Doing this. Your plan was there. Fun. We don't have time to get back to that because of Sabo, so. That's Rebecca in front of us right there. Okay. Everyone is. Buddy. Man, the other guy's going for unhook now. Oh. Good job, guys. There we go. Do that again. That's very weird. No. Yeah. Alrighty. That took extra time, guys. OTR inside the building. I swear I get a hit on her outside. W key. All the way around it. Otherwise it can reverse polarity, so. Again. This is taking a long time to catch up with her. Okay. I didn't hear any progress on the downstairs gen. Ah, almost like you wanted to go for an unhook there. I guess they heard the friend did that just now, so, you know. We're gonna go to the side hook here on the left because they're gonna think I'm gonna go right. Or not, actually. We got a better hook here. Pretty sure Fang was gonna sabo that and then didn't. Let's reset the zombie. Version? Oh. Mind if I do? You can have the Rebecca. Fang seems faster than normal, guys, just like earlier. Can't loop worth shit, but pretty good at the W key. Oh. See the footsteps. Version. Pretty sure she's inside. Must be the guy that's throwing the stone. Maybe not. He's on Geno. Leave. Goes. Good job, guys. They're better because I enjoy playing Nemesis. I like the zombies. They're better killers for sure. If you were looking at endgame going thermonuclear or whatever, yeah, they're better killers. I've discussed it too, especially when we have some hard nights with cheaters. I've discussed it before, but I really enjoy playing Nemesis. He's kind of like a bruiser in terms of his kit. The exploit for Hatch. Hatch loves spawning at kill check. We'll see. Good. Pretty sure she did an exit gate. Yeah, pretty sure she's at an exit gate. Just waiting to pull the handle when I close the hatch. Wish a zombie was closer so I could whack him. Set. Because we haven't seen her running around yet, she's definitely waiting at the exit gate, or she's just jerking off somewhere. My guess she's waiting on the handle right now. We're gonna have to close it no matter what. Just hoping we could get some zombie aggro. The key cross map. Wrong handle, guys. Okay. Does she have a key then? Oh no, not my no-ed totem. I mean, I guess we can go over there. Because we know she's there. So. Why'd you do that? Yeah. Everything you could do. Why would you blow up my no-ed totem? That immediately tells me where you are. I don't know. Don't know. So she wasn't actually at exit gate. She should have been. If she wasn't. If she's at her left, if at the left gate, she would have escaped too. Good. Mm-hmm. But yeah, also Spirit. Although Spirit I'm not sure about anymore. She got nerfed super hard, and people saying she's good. It might just be old intel, especially when you play against cheaters. Assumedly they can fuck with you a lot when she's invisible. I'm sure they can see where you are when they're invisible. Either teleport around or just turn off the other sound. Reassurances. And while it might sound crazy having to play and base your gameplay around cheating, that is the world we live in right now, so. When you get up high enough in MMR, you're just going to inevitably run into cheaters, mainly subtle cheaters. 99.8% of cheaters are subtle cheaters. They aren't people that fly around the map and spam their health state changes. It's literally fuckers that hide and pretend they're legit by running at 106%, 105, 107, do gens faster than normal. Feng definitely felt fast. But I also didn't like so those Windows guys like you. I say you have to W key because if you don't W key, they just go a different direction. So if you try to like cut them off by like going around like a side window you can get out of, they just go the opposite direction. And it basically makes you waste more time than if you just follow them to the window. It's unfortunate eventuality of chases like that. Was the last game legit? Seemed pretty legit. Feng I thought was fast, but other than that, pretty normal. But I really think people are cheating. I report them, and didn't see any reports, so. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. Good evening, guys. New random. What kind of game we get now? So far, games tonight have been relatively normal. So far. Hmm. This is a 4-globe. Normally I dodge 4 globes, guys, and I think I'm going to. Especially with names like that. Next game. Good. I never used to dodge 4 globes, and I started doing that maybe 2 months ago. Because we're getting a significant number of our cheater lobbies were just 4 globes, meaning they're cross-platform. Globe does not mean that they're on console, but rather that they just aren't on Steam. Non-Steam. Where the fuck is my shampoo, guys? No one's selling my shampoo. Where'd my shampoo go? Walgreens has one version, but they don't have the other one. I can buy it for $10 bottle on Amazon. Right? I know it sounds silly, guys, but when you have long hair, it changes things a bit as far as how you have to take care of it. If I get the wrong kind of shampoo, then it's too oily. If I get a different kind of shampoo, then it's too dry and makes it impossible to comb. Dries out your scalp. Good shit. There. 4-globe lobby. Ridiculous. Only $21 delivery fee. I see. Motherfucker. Walgreens tomorrow. And check Target. We go to Target. Why is Target's price is like 30% higher than everyone else? Even Walgreens is cheaper than them. What you smoking, Target? Nope. Uh... Hmm. Got some queue going on here, guys. Here. And there's another account with no years and 5 games. Less than a year old. We'll take this lobby, guys. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a cheat lobby, though. There's 2 accounts here that are very young. One has 25 plus games on it, but that doesn't mean anything. The other one has 5 games on it and not a year of service. Level 1 account. We'll see. Get a cheat lobby here. Mm-hmm. The Erie map we got a decent amount of regression on too, so it's not like they aren't trying to win. On the gens, hmm. Yeah, 7. Alrighty. Breaker cut door. Looks like there's a guy in here. He looks faster than the other guy. Cheating, Steven. Ah, Steven looks fucking weird as shit. Yes, he is. Steven's definitely cheating. Yeah. He's definitely cheating. We're gonna leave. He's 100% cheating. We're not gonna go after that. I'm not gonna commit to that. No. We're definitely not committing to that. That dumbass thought he had time to run out and then run back into the loop. Alrighty, and we got a nice hook next to a gen. It's good to me. So Steve's 100% cheating. think it's our low-level account, guys? We'll find out at the end of the game. Yeah, that guy is fast as fuck. I even pointed it out when you could see him leaving comparatively to the David in front of us. Probably gonna get hooked. She's not that difficult to catch, so I don't mind if they unhook. He is very, very fast. Yeah. Mind if I do? Yeah. And then you just left. Did you tap? You did. I didn't tap. Good. Yeah. Steven's running as fast as me. He can't even body block properly. 100% cheating. Did you guys see Steven run in front of me? He's running at 117 fucking %. That's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, you can't make this shit up, guys. Okay. No, we're gonna go double back. Can't make this shit up, guys. Works for me. Alright. Right here. And we know, I believe it's David was over here. It's actually complete regression. Like, these guys aren't remotely competent on gens either. Somehow got a reassurance from behind. What's the point of that? Vicious. That for? That's Steven in there? Yeah. Beat Steven. Is David. Let's see if we could find someone. He also looks fucking weird as shit, like he's skipping around. Yeah. guy on the gen. No, he left. Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Definitely sound like we got more progress there. Nothing. Go and hide in the kill shack? No. The fuck are these guys doing? Can find her Dwight. It's who I was originally looking for. Even again. No progress, guys. Steven, that's Steven. We aren't going after him. He's cheating. Pretty sure that David's cheating too, so. And then Dwight just went and hit. I'm pretty sure Dwight's a carry, but I have no fucking idea where he is, so it doesn't matter. Fuck the pooch by going after the David or letting the David go on the outside edge there. So. You know someone's back here. I don't know where he is, though. He's just going to play stealth until I leave. Pretty sure that's the David. Excuse me, the Dwight. This is probably Steven again. Not that it really matters. David, he's also cheating. Where the fuck is the Dwight? There he is. Looks fast too. Okay. And he's gonna be on my node totem. We gotta go kill him right away. Okay. That's a 2K. As I mentioned, guys, people with low profiles, guys. Same shit. Like I said, I took this game. I'm lagging right now, too, for some reason. Nice cheats, guys. I don't know why it's taking me longer than normal to hit, too. That's fucking weird. I have 2 stacks of SCBFL. Every time I punch him, it's actually fucking up my cadence for punching him. Very weird. But cheat lobby, guys, so, yeah. Guess we'll go take a peek for Hatch. Why the fuck is David here? He's trying to cleanse my Noad totem? The fuck is this shit? I guess he knows where Hatch is, so. Very weird. Yeah, you're dumb shit, dude. Just in case he has Unbreakable, we're gonna hook him. Because he might have Unbreakable or some other stupid shit, so. I was contemplating letting him bleed out, and Hatch is still in play, too. Fucking obnoxious. What a dumb shit. How the fuck would you do that? No idea. Uh. Yeah, so this guy has a speed hack that was capped. He was not any faster at the end of the game than he was earlier in the game. Okay. We're not gonna spend time doing. Alright, let's take a peek at the profiles again here, guys. As I mentioned before, I wasn't going to take the lobby, and then I did. Oh, this is a guy with actually a legitimate profile, which is a Steven. Semi-legitimate profile. And then this guy is level 1 with no games on his account. So, this is the guy that we were talking to in chat. This is the David. Guys, this is the David. He is level 1 account. He has 6 games, and he doesn't have more than a year worth of play. He doesn't have the year badge on his account. That's the David. Yeah, the Dwight was also sketchy as fuck, which is the other guy, but he has like 15 games and a year. Dumb shit. For sure, he's a kid too, based on the way he's talking. But as I mentioned, I knew that going in. As it turns out, it wasn't actually the cheater. Wasn't actually only one of the accounts was the sus account. That was the most sus one. The other one had a 1-year badge, but had a couple games on it. It had like 15 games or whatever, 25 games. But that's not saying much because during the Steam sale you can get 25 games. I also wasted a fuckload of time in the middle of that match, guys, looking for the Dwight. And we ended up finding him and catching him perfectly fine at the end of the game, as it turns out. Yeah, because he's not actually cheating. And the Rebecca was annoying as fuck. Mainly because the other guys kept running in there. Also, I think she might have toggled later on, but wasn't as bad as Steve. Cheat lobby, guys. That's why we dodge that shit, and that's why I generally point it out and when I dodge it, is to avoid situations like that. It has nothing to do with hours that they've played or, what their prestige level. I mean, their prestige level is like 4 or whatever, so that's not really a big deal. It has everything to do with sketchy accounts and behavior. Still 2K, which is a tie, so. Actually, it wasn't 2K. It was a 3K because that guy's a dumbass. Why would I let you kill me? Because he's literally trying to show off in BM, and he is a moron. He got fucked because of it. Because I'm not actually a bad killer. Yeah. And then all we did was just kept him at a pallet until I got, good hit on him. Well, it took. This dumbass came back to the NOED totem because he was going to cleanse it in front of me. Yep. Like, I literally don't say that I think people are cheating. I don't accuse people of cheating because I'm like, hey, change my mind. I accuse them of cheating because some of the hilarious shit that they come up with. Like, that guy said he had hope. Yeah, that's the reason I thought I used cheating. That guy was no faster at the end of the game with hope than he was earlier in the game at that TNL. He's running the same fucking speed, which means he's running 107% speed hack or 106. Somewhere around there. And then on top of it, I had NOED at the end of the game too, which made me close distance even faster. Which isn't saying that much because I get 4% additional speed. He gets 7% additional speed. I'm actually negative for speed. He's still 3% faster than he would have been in the middle of the game. And he obviously wasn't, so. We've played against this guy before. Weebs. Do we want to play another possible cheat lobby? Just crass. This is just a crass name. Actually, I think this is a TTV, isn't it? Yeah. Good. Happy 3rd Friday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far. Gotta do the doodly doos. Missing one. Next game. Oh, jeez. People. People doing people things, guys. Mm-hmm. Hey, Toys. Good evening, dude. Good morning to you. And Charles. Oh, my God. You guys are all having a wonderful evening. Right. Profile. That's a weeb. Last name. Huh. Ready. So even in the last game, I don't even know if things would have went better if we didn't, if we chased the David down. Pretty rough when you go to Jen's, though, and you know someone's there and you can't find them. Yamako Estate. That's a huge waste of time. Breaker cuck doors. Best of the normal dodging. Hey, buddy. She seems faster than normal, specifically when she's behind shit. Yeah. Had to try and BM me. Had to fucking try and BM me. That's actually something that we see on a relatively regular occurrence. Relatively regular occurrence. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. Okay. Progress. Hubris, guys. The bane of egos everywhere. They're just too good. They're just too fucking good. They're so good they don't know what to do with themselves, and then they get fucked because of it. Yeah? I mean, you can. It's not a problem for me. Oh, you're dumb shit. Yes, now she has it. Nope. Let's go over towards here. Thank you, Serena. Nothing. Corner gym probably has work right now. Where'd Rebecca go? Way over there. Buddy. Yeah, back. Or they all are. Okay. Heal. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. What's that? Oh no, oh god, oh jeez, take a protection hit. Oh no, Fang. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. No. Double back she might. Nope. She might have a DS. Or to this other guy's gen over here on the side. Oh, actually, she might be over here. Let's actually go this. The guy was working the gen earlier, wasn't he? Really? God. She's wiggling, Zarina. Help her! Help her! She's wiggling! Okay. None of these guys are taking hits. Yes. Third on time. Oh no, thing. And then she still gets to unhook. She's the same speed as me. Thought she's on the corner. That was. Yeah, so it genuinely looks like the Rebecca at the end there was running the same speed as me. Like I wasn't catching up with her when I should have been catching up with her. And Kate was cheating. She's moving too fast and she's a dumbass too that just basically got her killed. Yep. Bye, Zarina. Bye-bye, Zarina. Bye-bye. Bye. Your friend is up to, very likely. Hey, buddy. She is boil over. Luckily, next to a hook. Yeah, it probably means she has flip flop. Yep. What doesn't matter. Okay. Trying to spin Messiah into there? Distortion's a pretty rare perk, guys. Two people running at the same time. No, you're a trash can. Adam went back in time and knocked up your mom so you couldn't be born. Hee hee. Was impregnated by me. Happened. Does I'm mimicking. How do you understand? Oh. Do you think that playing the killer means kid? I guess a kid. Poor Cave, you guys. I literally pointed adolescent. Hurting doesn't change. Being like talking about going to get a refund for a ticket. uh Ah. Pointing out how it was like insulting someone by saying they're a trash can. It would do, or they make up a fictitious scenario where they can their person. Nothing new for survivors, though. Damn. No! No! I said that at the beginning! We're going full circle! I was less than 5 seconds away from going first full circle, guys! No! That would have driven it home. Oh. Okay. Kate was cheating. Fat. And then who I said? Rebecca. It wasn't until BBT wore off that I caught up with her. So, like, I don't even always report people for, like, 105s anymore at this point. Like, it's gotten so absurd with some of the cheaters. Like, the Kate that was just a moron. That, like, I just don't... Like... Fucking... Every other game. I gotta take a piss, guys. I'm gonna get some water. You might be related to each other. Where'd my cap go? What'd you do with my cap? Oh, Cap-chan. What? Alright, I'm gonna go get water, guys. Be right back. Next one. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Off we go, kids. Not yet, though. I really do need to start streaming earlier. I have actually stuff I was doing tonight, and I have stuff I'm doing tomorrow night, too. Work in real life. I need to get off the 4.5 to 5 hour stream. I need to get back onto, tonight's probably going to be a 4-hour stream. That's not even back to a 5 to 6 hour stream. Got Weebs. 3 games. 1 year service. Your service. Next game this. You guys look sus. What about having 3 games on your Steam profile? I guess. Their friends must have got them into Dead by Daylight a year ago, and that's what they've been working off of. Possible, and they just made it to high MMR. It's possible. The Titbit Nipply out right now, guys. Titbit Nipplies. Mm-hmm. Got this time. We're missing our 4th anonymous name. Next game. Good. Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop. Oh, and it's fucking 4 globes. Fucker. This game. When does Archer finish airing? Sometime, I think it's the 14th. 12th. It's off. Almost. Almost there. 14th is House of the Dragon. Excuse me, Rings of Power. Can't wait to watch that. Oh, no, no, no. Dude, there's a new slew of Marvel movies coming out, or Marvel in general. Just, yeah, apparently with the new Wakanda Forever, which apparently is fucking weird in general because so the actor for T'Challa, I think his name was, T'Challa died, and instead of recasting the part, they're just like, yeah, well, we can't do this because it's gonna offend someone, I guess. So now there's a female Black Panther now, and yeah. And some of the marketing stuff they're coming out with is kind of interesting. Yeah, apparently they're teasing that there's an LGBT relationship in there, because that gets fans all hot and bothered. Can't wait to go see that. Maybe the Dead by Daylight community, that's a particular niche here, but for most people, yeah. Former professional Halo player, former professional Battlefield player. What? Can't we find a normal game? Yes, we'll play it. Might as well. Hobby, why not? Professional players would never cheat at video games, guys, ever. I watch Nadia daily. Christ, guys. Tell that they have some sort of bullshit planned. Not interested. RPD is incredibly difficult to find people when they escape you too, so. Having a super sweaty 4-man take me to RPD. Even though it's not as bad as the library totem, I'm sure they have totems that they're just going to put on opposite floors and opposite sides of the map that covers basically half the map. Good for them. In order to dig them out, you have to waste 30 to 45 seconds of your time to go and do it, which you don't have in a match.
By daylight.
Fun. Fun, 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 fun. Just wanted another game, guys. I just wanted to play just another game. Like, I'll play an RPG normally, and I don't really mind the map, but definitely when pre-made is taking you there, they got some bullshit planned. And that's putting aside cheating, which is pretty prevalent in high MMR, so... We played against this guy. Or was it yesterday or today? It's literally the same... It's a different group. The same fucking people from last game. Okay, next game. Fuck is that shit? It wasn't completely. A decent number of them were the same, though. Good, good, good. What do we have this time? Like they have random names. Profile. Names followed by 3 numbers. Play it! Let's play it anyways. Let's play it anyways. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, guys? Good. Take me to RPD again? Nope. Party streamers. Alrighty, guys. do 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 do. What kind of game are we gonna get this time? I'm really tired dodging lobbies. Their sauce is fucking shit. Good, good, good. Or we get a dodge. Dead dog. Alrighty. I'm not gonna chase him, but give me a free whip, I'll go for it. Bye, Steven. Oh no, Steven's across the map, guys. Balanced? No. Nice, yeah. Free drop? No. Can't hear her for some reason. Okay. Now she's gonna drop. She should have dropped. Okay. Oh my god, let me pick him up. Might get slapped here. Okay. I think we might bait and unhook. Actually, break your doors. Bait and unhook now. Here's Blast Mine. Fang DC'd. Good. Not sure why. Good timing. Buddy. Gotta break it. Oh, she fucked up big time. Let's go to Steven's gen. That means the one on the platform is actually having a pretty good regression sesh right now, guys. Good. Pretty good at regression sesh. Apparently Steven went all the way across the map to that, guys. Means he has a blast mine again. More than likely. Yeah. Not up top. It's up top. Fuck is that? That's fucking weird. I didn't know the platform went to the side, so now we have to W key. How'd you do that? Like, she literally could have dropped and she didn't. much earlier. Not even like they don't even do normal spinning anymore. It's fucking weird. Like, it's not like they do like an S wiggle. I don't know what you call that. We're gonna wait for her to die. Okay. Last glimmer of hope just went bye-bye. There's more people that seem to do that like last second pull that's like exact, like pixel perfect last second. Pick up. Up. That's very fast. Steve is very fast. Steve might be cheating. Zombied? I think Steve's cheating. Yeah, he's just going long window loop now. Yep. What you do when you cheat, guys. The sure thing is to go long window loop. Oh, maybe not. We're actually catching up to him at decent speed. That is definitely auto dead hard. So Steven's definitely cheating. I changed my my opinion after that right there, where we just literally baited that out and he instantly hit on a most one. Yeah. Steven's definitely cheating. Nice auto dead hard, Steven. Already going for pickup. No, you can't make that. James appearing here out of fucking like right after that gen? Yeah. I don't know. That's the second time he's done that. I guess he's just a very talented man. Wait for a 4% deliverance. Mm-hmm. Now we wait, guys. Mm-hmm. He has a deliverance for me? Hi. And no 4%. Good. I think I could actually hook him like maybe a second earlier on that tail. Because it takes a bit before I can actually use his 4%. Where is our Hatch-chan? Hatch-chan, where'd you go? Good? Okay. Good. Uh-huh. You know exactly when everyone's going to DH. I mean, that's why you bait it. That's funny side the speed hack too, which actually, like the moment I mentioned that he's running a speed hack and running long window loops, it's like he slowed down. So maybe he's watching the stream or something. And James, we don't know. That's a black box there. But it definitely seemed like he's going from point A to point B without any indication that he's moving. And again, it's dead dog and you can fucking hide in the weeds, so we don't know. We don't know. We basically had no chases with James for the most part. So, yeah. Black box. No idea. Alrighty, guys. That took a lot longer than it should have to find that game, but that's the way it goes. I'm out here for this tonight, guys. We're going to try and get more games in and hopefully stream earlier. But once again, I got stuff going on tonight as well. And hopefully I can finish it up tonight, but it might actually, not boil over. It might, carry over into the next day. So we'll see though. But hopefully tonight, guys, or tomorrow, I'll be able to get it done. We'll see though. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the survivors pretending that they're legit, make sure to follow up in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I'm out here for this evening. It was a blast. It was fun. Yeah, but we need to get more games in here. I need to get more games under my belt. Short streams aren't cutting it, but I have 2 jobs. That's the way it works, and one job pays my bills, and the other one does not. So that's the way she goes. But, alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.